That you do. That you do. CV, how you doing? Oh, boy. I found out that there is well, it's not a bug. It's just a feature that is not quite set up here with
Hello, motherfucker.
Mr. Kojak, how you doing, man? It's not quite a feature that is set up with what was that? Oh, Blurps is way up there. Okay. I'm gonna move that back down here with meld. So what I want to do is have music play on the intro side, but then I want to go to VOD mode, if you will, on the live side, and there's no way to have one or the other. It's all the way across. So right now, YouTube, and I'm going to bring my mouse down to test it, should not be playing music. It's all the way across. So right now, YouTube, and I'm going to bring my mouse down to test it, should not be playing music. It's all the way across. That didn't work very well. But I didn't hear any music. So now that means, sorry YouTube, I'm going to go put you my playlist. Not that one. Okay, so CB, how you doing? Big Easy, how you doing? Mr. Kojak, hello to you. Let's see. Well, I guess I should fire up the game, eh? There we go. Also, change the wheel. Newer game version. I wanted to check something here real quick because I do not have any vibrations in the shifter, which is one of the reasons why I bought this Moza shifter, and I'm wondering, I feel it in the pedal, which a SimuCube guy said it sounds like the ATS software is listening for the audio. And I'm kind of wondering if there's a thing for haptics here. If that's something I can turn off. Or maybe it might be a Sim Magic thing, I don't know. I'd love to be able to get the grinding in the here it is controller feedback gear grind. Ah, doctor's office. Okay. I think I have a... Or it might be on OBS. I thought I had a closed caption option. So we're going to try this. The gear grind. See if this... Because I don't think,
How long is this going to take?
This is testing. This is the way it goes. This is how it goes, man. Welcome to American Truck Simulator. No, that doesn't. Well, alright. Let's get into the game. Continue. Retry. Lap traffic. Hi, man. Putting me back up. I wanted to come down, and you said no. You punted me again. Oh, I didn't look back to see who hit me. I knew my race was done. I think it was the final hit that did in my right rear. Everything was looking fine. I'm looking at the tires in the replay, and everything is looking fine, and all of a sudden I get smacked in the right rear, I think, when it came down the second time. And that just made the right rear, you know, lay down on the inside, and I'm like, fuck, that did it. So I tried driving, and it just wouldn't go. So I'm like, nope, alright, I'm gonna park it. Where are we going? Quick travel. Fuck it, let's start off in Montana. No, let's go right up here to Sandpoint. Maybe we'll go somewhere into Montana. Oh, you got a meatball too? Yeah, I had pace. That was the thing. I probably would have finished in the top 15. I mean, I had one spin on my own, and I got taken out once or twice. You know, I had a couple of good side-by-side runs with people, but one of them going into that hairpin after the back straight, he just lost the rear end and took me out. You know, I was able to recover, but still, you know. I think I ended up getting a meatball from that one. And I finished the race in the pit. I was like, fuck it. My day's done anyway. Freight management. Kenworth W990 is what I'm driving. Has quickly become one of my favorite trucks. Not this weekend, but next weekend I'm looking forward to, because that's GT4 at Spa. So that one should hopefully be a good one. Alright, what are we wanting to do here? There's Oregon right there. This is the shorty. Call a dozer. Gets me into Montana. Hauling the paper takes me to Lewistown. I kind of don't want to be out in the middle of nowhere. And that's where this one takes me. Kind of not wanting to do that. Driving a half hour back to town to get to my next load. No, I should have stayed to the inside to the right, but everyone was checking up so much. I jumped out to the left, and as soon as I turned the wheel to the right, there's Slugger sideways. I was like, fuck, this is gonna hurt. And I didn't hit Slugger that hard. But, yeah. Yeah, I went for a ride. That is for sure. So yeah, I think this one's right outside of town. Alright. Yeah, let's just take the dozer. Oh. There it is. Which one's which here? I don't remember any of my controls. Oh, that works. Okay. Where are we going? We gotta make a hard left here. Stop, dickhead. Pretty sure I got hit. Oh. I don't think I've ever had that. That's in the wheel. I'm feeling the grinding for the gears in the wheel. That's not where I want it to be. And I don't think there's an option for me to selects the controller subtype for the game to correctly handle input ranges. What if I do? No, see, that's for the steering sensitivity and all that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, see, so all this goes through here. Said hi? Nothing showed up, so that one did. Andrew, how you doing, bud? I mean, look at the pages here. Nothing there on the vertical, and nothing over there on the regular. That also, if you actually did say something before, Andrew, that could be part of the auto mod that YouTube has. It can be pretty bitchy, pretty sensitive. So, yeah, keep that in mind if you go to people's live streams. It's not so much something that we can do. It's just YouTube being a safe space. And yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that down. I need to figure out how I can get this to, because I don't think they have it split up. This is what I need to have on my shifter, the gearbox grind, and there's no way for me to direct it to it, from what I can tell, which is unfortunate, very unfortunate. I might have to do something in the files. See here, I think this is going to be the problem if I do this. Yeah, it's still in the wheel. Whoa, yeah, steering went way... Okay, so we got... That ain't it. That ain't it. Go back to wheel. And then we want to dial this back down. Yeah, I'll have to do some searching around for that one. Dave. How y'all doing, boys? A little different than the iRacing I have been doing, but that will be back on Wednesday. I did absolutely nothing in the room today. I didn't even go to Menards like I was planning, because I forgot to get the information that I needed to do the things I wanted to do. Go me. So it'll be a morning trip. defensive driver. I wonder if there's a mod that makes these guys a little more aggressive, a little less Dudley Do-Right grannies. I know it's slow here. I mean, it was just on his engine brake. Gotta get Matt Malone in here one of these days, too. He's talking about doing ATS once Illinois is released. Dude, the Camaro could have gone a long time ago. That looks like game audio is a little loud. Bring that down a little bit. Maybe still a little too loud. Ooh. Edge of the road, watch out. I love this Stream Deck. That's better? Alright. Hello. There's a gear there somewhere. That's my trailer right there. Yeah, we'll stick with the triple. Go with the black one. Double, triple. Yeah, that's not quite the right one. Yeah, so we'll stick with that one. Take the dab. So much more chill than iRaging. He's not wrong. You're not wrong. Like I know what I'm doing once I find the button. I didn't rearrange my buttons yet. They're still up and down like this instead of going across like this, so I need to rearrange them. All right. I didn't even see what time it is. Did I have one of these set up for that? There we go. 6:06 p.m. Awesome. Frames, can I have them, please? Thought I had a... Do I or no? I thought I had a button binding for, going back into the cab. Guess I don't. I'll have to work on that. Come on. Oh, it's a roundabout. Never mind. Well, there's no official. It just says bulldozer. Man, it looks like a D8, D9, something like that. It's not that big, but it looks like it's one of the heavy duties. Tipping the scales of 40,000 pounds. Yeah, I would be that.
Can I get a witness from the congregation?
Pravi_1 just raided with 12 viewers.
It's the great and wonderful Pravi. Thank you very much for the raid there, Pravi. Sending your people over here to watch some good old tricking. Mike, how you doing? How was the stream? You were old Indy cars. I saw, wasn't it? I didn't even know you were streaming. I look up and I'm like, oh, he's live. Thank you very much, sir. Good to be back behind the wheel. Even though I do it like every fucking day. It's a concrete trick though, but that's still. Oh, relearn it all? Yeah, gotta love that when you don't race something forever and then it's like, what am I doing? Heading into Montana. Do you get a follow from some? Oh, see. Ah, okay. There. Yeah. I see the reply now. It doesn't, on the screen here, it doesn't show as a reply. On the chat box. But when I look up there and meld in the chat box up there, it shows it. Dinner time. Alright, man. Enjoy dinner. Thank you for the raid once more. We'll see you around, Mr. Pravi. I don't know what. I'll tell you what. Kojak and Tig and all the other regulars, Pravi could give them a run for their money. I think Pravi, and with all due respect, could give some of my longtime trolls a run for their money. If I were to do like another farm sim troll casket, and he would be interested enough in doing it, yeah. Oh shit, I'm almost out of fuel. Oh yeah. Well, Pravi is more than just shearing bits. I mean, he's a chat troll too. So, I mean, he touches them all, you know. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing either, if he's still around. I think he would even admit to it, but... Oh, yeah. There is that. Greetings from Canada, eh? Greetings. Knack, how you doing, bud? Pravi is so wholesome. How much is he paying you to say that? Is there a fuel station around here? I need to check the map. Check the map. World map. There we go. Nope. Well, shit. Oh, there is over here, though. Okay. Okay. His sub, that's... Robert, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I can't tell via the... oh, shit, that was a red light. I'm too busy fucking talking. Looking at the chat, went right through red light. Oh, well. I'm gonna go through this one, too. It's all about community? Yeah, we had that here for a while when I was doing regular videos on it. But then to be quite honest, the ATS community kind of just turned me off. Because back in the early days, it was kind of stupid. So... and I didn't, you know, make any friends either. Surprise, surprise. Hey, there's Rumpelstrips there. So I stepped away from it and got into other games. But ATS Mondays is currently what I have on deck in the plans. So... yeah, back in those days, you know, you had people that basically, you know, demanded you treat them special because they did something. And I said, nope, I'm not kissing no fucking ring. That didn't sit well with some people. No, I think I want to go straight because I'm not seeing an inch opening here. If I turn left, I don't think I can get in a hot minute. Yeah, it was a couple of years for me, maybe, or maybe it was basically like once or twice a year. Because I drive all day. You know, I drive a concrete truck, and so I don't want to do that, then come home and, you know, shift another 10 or 13 imaginary gears. So, you know, that along with a few other things, I was like, you know, I'm done with the game. You know, I did my time. But here I am, dropping $500 on a force feedback freaking Moses shifter that doesn't seem to be working as I thought it might.
Hello, motherfucker.
Dig, how you doing? What's up? I kind of can't wait until I build that new rig. I can get off of this triple, and I'm not going to make it through here. Because the way it's set, I mean, ATS doesn't really do well in triples. I'm using NVIDIA Surround, and everything off to the side here is all, like, fucking warped. And for the life of me, I can't unwarp it. So... yeah, because of the browser. It's a browser source, and I gotta figure out what's going on. I'll have to mute. I'll do that here once I'm done fueling up. Alright, Robert. Have a good one, man. I'll put that back in the mute, so that should take care of any double playing. Yeah, mechanic simulator. Yeah. No, I'm not. Come on. Where's my mouse? Let's get it back in game. There. Whoa, hello. Whoa, hey. Hang on to her, cowboy. Yep, I was trying to squeeze it out that way. So we're just gonna... it's just paint. Or not. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Granny gear. Just hammer it. Or not. Uh-oh. I think I just... AKW, how you doing? Yeah. I just, Austin Powers did this thing. I can't back up and I can't pull straight because it's hooked on something invisibly. Yeah, I'm not really even caught on it though. That's the thing. But now I'm caught on the right side up here.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Bus driver, doing alright, man. How about you? I'm stuck, but, you know, whatever. I mean, what the hell am I stuck on up here? I shouldn't be stuck on anything. Yeah, see, I'm rubbing something on the side of the truck. Now we're gonna do it. The truck was being shoved that way because there was something invisible on the right-hand side hitting it. Hit detection boxes. Gotta love them. Hey, this professional got it out without needing help, so... Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Almost. We are off to a great start here. Great damn. Come on, get in the fucking gear, you stupid shifting piece of shit. I nearly did. That's right. Robbie's fault. That's fine with me. Usually we blame Canada here. And Tigger. It works for me. I mean, it's going to be interesting when Malone plays this. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do for a week. I mean, he's going to be able to explore all of Illinois in one stream. It isn't going to take him a week. Iron Man, what's up, bud? How you doing? Keybinds for 3 days? Yeah. Yeah, and the shifter. Can you imagine if he wants to do a convoy with people? I mean, he'll have to put a password on. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he'll get frustrated real quick, yeah. The traffic. The AI traffic will do it. The AI traffic will frustrate even the most calmest, peaceful of people. It will make a preacher start cursing. No. No. I'm talking to someone that's been part of the church all their life kind of thing, you know? Who, when they say gosh darn, you know, people of the congregation or nuns or whoever, you know, if they're Catholic, goes, you know, one of those types. Those are the ones. Started early. No, the AI is bad. But I made a post on Twitter, albeit, unfortunately, a month late. Here we go with this oscillation shit again. I gotta remember what that was and turn it down. Yeah, going back to the expo, it was really great to see people using ATS Sims and enjoying it. I don't think that seat was emptied much at the expo. There was 4 or 5 rigs set up. And for the most part, I think there was a butt in the seat on all of them. Evil. Oh, brakes. Brakes, please. Brakes. Brakes. Thank you. They're smoking now. I can almost smell them. And Matt says he's got some time in the game. I hope he's got a lot of money. Otherwise, he's going to be driving some plain Jane basic truck. I don't think he's going to mess around with too many mods. I don't know if anyone saw as well, but Project Motor Racing announced the MX-5 as part of the career mode with that game. The Moses setup looks sweet. Let me get around this corner so I can finish reading. If it's back in Illinois next year, I need to get out. Yeah. It was really nice setup that they had going on with some of them. I know if I build my second rig, the truck farming rig, it's going to have probably a 49-inch ultra-wide and a Toby head tracker on it. I've already got plans. I just don't have the $2 to $3 grand to do it. Probably around 2,500. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go for the, I mean, you can use the truck wheel on any base that you want. I think you'll have to use a USB for that, but if I were, say, for example, get the Initium setup, which is quite possible, Obviously, I would just get the wheel and adapter. And easy peasy done. Otherwise, yeah, I'll get the R5 bundle. I mean, the R3, if, you know, was an issue, like 3.5 or something, 3.3. The Moza R3 or R5 is just fine for farm and truck sim. So, I'm not going to go out and get a La Prima or something. That's just stupid. That's overkill. Well, I kind of wish I was doing this in a day, going through all these curves and switchbacks, and this could be interesting. It wanted me to turn there. Damn, I missed it. I can turn up here. I thought the GPS was looking straight, and then all of a sudden I see it going off to the right. I'll hit that gas station up there. Yeah, I'm not getting it stuck again. Nope, learned my lesson on that one. Nope, nope, nope. Always use the outside pump. Yeah, because I mean the truck wheel itself is like $350, I think. The bundle with the clutch from Moza is like $750. I haven't looked in a month. But going with Initium and spending the $150 on the adapter so I can mount the wheel, and of course the way Ace-Tech works, everything that, you know, all the functions for the wheel go right through the wheelbase. So I'll still have the Moza software up, I think, for the wheel, but I won't have to deal with an extra cable or anything because it passively goes right through the base. But getting an Initium set, that's the other tricky part. Oh boy. Oh, this is not gonna be fun. Oh boy. I'm glad I don't have a motion rig right now. You can see how much this cab is leaning and bouncing. Yeah, CB, I've got a plan to build another rig, yeah. A second one, so I'll have my racing one, and then I'll have the trucking and farming one. new one will most likely be a P1X, a SimLab P1X. Oh, I was supposed to turn there. So then what I'll do is I'll just demote. I'll move this one, which is a Track Racer TR80, over to being the new trucking farming rig, because I do so much farming. And then I'll have this, the new one, obviously for racing. Alright, Schnack. Thank you for hanging out, bud. Enjoy your dinner. I'll catch you another time. Bye! But it's going to take time to do that. I haven't sent anything to the wife about it. I already know what her answer is going to be. So I think right now my best bet is to wait until Black Friday sales. But then she's still going to probably throw a fit because, well, Christmas and presents and stuff like that. You know, she always says something, whether it's my birthday or Christmas or whatever, that I shouldn't go and buy this, I shouldn't go and do that. You know, because, you know, maybe she'll get it for Christmas or whatever. And I keep on telling her, you are not going to go out and spend $500 on this or whatever, you know? You're not going to go out and spend that kind of money on something you have absolutely no idea about. Don't give me that. Don't sit here and bust my balls. Hey, Missouri, how you doing, bud? Don't sit here and get on me about this shit when you know damn well you're not going to buy it. You're not going to do it. Oh, look at the size of the ruts here. Holy shit. Did I pay? Yeah, I rolled out of it. Excellent. Look at that. No damage. Suck it. Ah, harvest season going on, right? I haven't hauled anything like this in a long time. Rice. Interesting. What's going on with my camera? There we go. Like, wait a minute. Where did my side mirror go? Am I off? I think I am. Either that or... Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Ground is so uneven. Oh, I'm off. Okay. One time. Look at that. Professional. Guys around here have already gotten most of their beans. Still a lot of corn to get. But yeah, most of the beans, they've been targeting that first. So I'm thinking either A, the moisture is down, so get them while you can, or B, the market is up and it's paying very well, so they're targeting beans first. No, I did not, Tigger. That was just me repositioning myself. So shut your face. In 4 KJ.
You will respect my authority!
The beans weren't ready. Wow. Yeah, I think it's the exact opposite up here. Most of the corn has already turned, but I saw some fields yesterday that still had a lot of green in them. No, real farming. I did a season for a harvest, and Missouri's down there in Missouri, harvesting. So I don't think he's a farmer. He just helps out and works on one. And the guy I worked for originally wanted me to haul pigs. And I said, so I don't have a license, and you want me to haul cargo that has a mind of its own. Especially, and it's something I haven't done yet. I've never hauled animals. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, it was definitely a lot of hours. I think I streamed like once or twice that month of October. It did not do my channel very well. But that's the nature of the beast with streaming. You take a week off and channels tend to lose people. And that's been my struggle for the last year or two, is just being able to stream, especially this year with how busy I've been at work. So get home, and if I don't have at least an hour, if I've got to handle the dogs, then I want like 2 hours. If I get home and it's only like 45 minutes to an hour, in my opinion, because I don't like starting after 7. So if I get home at 5:45, 6 o'clock, whatever, somewhere in that area, I usually won't stream. Because, you know, I get home, it's 15 minutes to handle the dogs, 15, 20, letting them out, getting them fed, stuff like that. And then, of course, I've got to do my stuff, change, and try to find something to eat, and this and that, whatever. And there's just, I don't like rushing through everything just so I can go live. So unfortunately, that means I've missed out on a lot of opportunities to stream. But is what it is. How it goes sometimes. I have no idea how this winter's gonna go, though. I'm hoping I can get layoff, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 45-minute drive or so for me, depending on traffic, sometimes longer, and You know, the wife gets out after me, usually, and she'll go to the gym or something, or has to stay late for an orientation, so, you know, she rarely, except for Fridays, beats me home. Not like she cooks dinner anyway, but still. Moving the auger, 10-4. I think I've been dealing with it for a couple weeks. I don't know if I've got a pulled muscle or like a stress fracture or something. It's on my right foot, on the outer edge, around near the side of the foot. Still in the bottom, but it's in that neat part, the ball of your foot to the right side, to the right of your arch, that whole strip right there. It feels like it's a pull or a strain, but going on for 2 weeks now, I think it's something more. And pushing a gas pedal isn't helping it. I really feel it if I end up rolling my foot over a little bit. You know, if you ever noticed, you'll sit and, you know, maybe your foot isn't always flat to the ground. Maybe you roll it over on its side sometimes. That's especially when I notice it. Brakes work. I think I just need to stay off of it. I tend to heal quick unless I'm fucking with it. You know, if I get cut or whatever, if I leave it alone, it's healed within a week. Yep, you just go ahead and go, dude. I mean, that's fine. I don't have to stop or whatever. I'll just stop for you to park right there in the middle of the fucking intersection like a twat. Oh my god. That's the one thing I never did like with ATS is shifting. Never did like its shifting timing. But yeah, in this case, it's my foot, and I'm constantly using it, obviously. Not just with walking, but with driving and playing Sims, so kind of hard to stay off of it and let it heal. That looks so fucking good. That looked so good. Nice, juicy steak. Cook it a little bit more. I like mine medium well. Do me. This is the other nice thing about playing ATS. I can actually vape and drink. Now the dream is move this one over to being the trucking rig. Get an actual truck seat in here. So I can sit like I am in the truck. You know, racing rigs, cockpits, chassis, they're not set up for it. You know, you're driving this like you're driving your car or a race car, and that's not the way you sit in a truck. So it's going to have, you know, a Peterbilt or a Kenworth seat, whatever I can get at a good price that hasn't been, you know, a cat's bed outside for 3 years. And it's gonna have the I want to have the mounting underneath it, the frame, so I can bolt it right to this and have it set up. You know, obviously the wheel's gonna be tilted, so it's more at the angle of what my Mac is at and everything. So it's when you sit in the rig, you are going to actually be sitting in a position in a way that you would be if you drove a truck. I'm not going to have a shifter that comes all the way up here to my ear like some other people have. Disco ball on it or whatever. I'm not going to do any of that shit. But it will be somewhat extended to be to where it's at in my truck. It's, to me, just another project. And it's something that I've been thinking about for a while. Yeah. No. That's the paint chip eating super trucker mindset. That's not me. You know, the thing is, a lot of these people that talk like that and want to have their rigs set up that way, chances are if they actually got in a truck and drove, they wouldn't want to do it. They would not want to do it. They would probably think it's the dumbest fucking thing. That's you besides the gear shifter? Yeah, but when you get to a destination or you're in the city, do you sit up a little bit more, though? Or do you stay sitting on the floor like your kid sitting Indian style or something? Because he can't see shit. I mean, I'll relax and chill a little bit when I'm cruising down the road. But that's also just me. I don't like not being able to see. What? Ugh. Butte, Montana. It's a butte. Yeah, because no one's ever said that before. I need a phone holder here on the rig, too. Instead of... I mean, I've been putting it over here on my keyboard, but... I'll show you the monitors that were over at the expo. 3 of those, and I don't have to worry about nothing. It would completely wrap around back to like here, behind my head. Oh, fuck. Of course, I've got to get over. Fuck you guys. Bozeman. that nighttime didn't last too long, so that's nice. We're already in Montana. That was a, speaking of, you know, there was a welcome center in Missouri when we were like halfway down to like Springfield or something. And I'm like, we're already 2.5 hours into the state and now there's a welcome center? What? White Sulphur Spring. Yeah, I can see how some people might see, you know, look at this and be like, this is boring as hell. I get it. Definitely get that. I always find myself looking at the rocks that are sticking out, looking at the direction they're going, the type of rock they are. The different layers. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. I wouldn't want to be there come wintertime though. Fuck that noise. I would imagine in the summertime, though, everything wants to kill you. Bears, mountain lions, wolves, mosquitoes, horseflies. Everything wants to kill you and eat you. And I doubt none of it is small. Oh shit. Visit to space now. Going down these brakes a little bit. What are you doing? Alright, you're turning up. Glitching through the bridge. Love it. I think that's a mod as well. Everything wants you dead. Including a couple of fathers out there somewhere. Or brothers. Maybe I can use you as a guinea pig, CB. You got a minute? Do something for science? Oh, I went into 8th. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm in 4th. I should be perfect. Take a minute and look up plane tickets from where you're at to Chicago. Because I was saying the other day, if anyone wants to go out to the Sim Game Expo next year, Carcass, how you doing, man? What's up? I figure if they were to save $1,000, they could do it. Now, aside from Hawaii and certain parts of Canada or Alaska, you know, you're about as far away as you can get, except for like Florida down in the Keys. So I'm wondering what it would cost and how long would it take for you, you know, if there's multiple stops, layover, whatever. What would it cost you to get out to Chicago? Right now, average it's $250 that one way. The double for round trip. That's what I kind of expected. $500 ish, give or take, depending on the airline. Yes, because I'm an exceptionally safe driver. Professional. Don't try this at home, kids. Southwest? You would fly into Midway, but I don't fly cheap. No Spirit, no Frontier, so that also means no Southwest Airlines. Yeah, because my theory was, if between now and next September, it's a long time. They do? Wow. They've got that many flights coming into Midway. They got to start coming into O'Hare. Or someone else moved in at Midway. Huh. Well, I mean, that was my theory. Is, you know, people have 11 months to put together $1,000. If it's just them. Hotel, I think, was $189 per night with the deal, the package. Now, the wife used her discount she has with Menards, and I stayed at the Comfort Inn for $100. And that was less than 10 minutes away from the convention center. So I figure, you know what? Someone arrives on a Friday, goes on Saturday, and flies back home Sunday morning. 2 nights, round-trip airfare, should easily be under $1,000, I would think. Still leaves money left over to get tickets. Obviously, you would do that online. Maybe use someone's promo code, save yourself 10 or 20%. But it still leaves money left over for food. All that fun stuff. Oh, yeah? Well, you see what I've got behind me, right? Over my shoulder? Or is it too small? Dollar Tree. That's what I figured. A year is plenty to get $1,000 together. Ah, crawling, okay. I started off with Revo, and then moved to a new track, jumped into Truggy, and then raced Buggy after that, which is right back there to Techno. And worked at Horizon Hobby for a few months, doing product support. Kinda jealous of what, the Horizon Hobby or racing buggies? I just sold my DX9 to a friend of mine. I still have a DBXL out in the garage. Yeah, I still got my radio. I mean, hell, the motor is stuck at TDC. So I don't know how good that would be, but I mean, I could probably just replace the batteries and maybe go race right now if I wanted to. For all I know, I don't know. But, no, it was fun for a while. Wanted to get in, found some sprint racing. Oh yeah, that's real popular around here. A guy I used to race with lives just a few minutes away, and he's got a oval track that he's set up. He's got it covered now with an open. It's not quite a pole barn, but it's got a roof over it now and all that. So it's all dirt oval. $20 cheese. No. I've got 2 airplanes that I don't use. Wow. Yeah, it's my fault for driving into them, but fuck them, I don't care. I was gonna say 1,000 bits and I'll drive into the cop car and boot him off the road. Now he's gone. Yeah, so I got the Revo 2.5 and my Techno NB48 back there. So I got my, I think it's a DX3R with the case, all my tools, a whole shitload of tires. Oh yeah, that's all I ever raced was nitro. That's all I wanted to do. Wasn't an electric guy. But now my other friend, the one I sold my aircraft radio to, because he's suddenly getting into helicopters and flying. He was at a race this past Saturday that was 30 minutes north of me. I had 174 entries. He didn't get out of there until 4 a.m. I thought about it, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. I really don't. Well, with Safe that Horizon Hobby has in their planes, you know, you can't crash. I mean, you can fly it into stuff, but you can't crash. And I think they even have the return to home now, so it'll land itself. I know there's with the quads. Oh yeah, you can still crash it into shit. But I mean, with Safe, you're not going to be able to nosedive it, you know, do barrel rolls, things like that, because it limits everything and it controls it all. It automatically levels the plane out and everything. So, you know, unless you either A, turn it off, or B, fly straight into something, you know, you can't crash it like you would if you didn't have that controlling the system. Think of it as safe is all of your lane departure and, you know, automatic braking because the car's too close in front and stuff like that. That's all those features. Whereas the old way with the AS3X is really nothing. Maybe adaptive cruise, and that's it. Jeez. The Charger's got cruise control. When we rented the Equinox to go to Missouri, I turned all of that shit off. Everything I could find, I turned it off. I don't want that shit. And then, unfortunately, though, with the auto start stop, you couldn't turn that off in the settings. It was a button on the dash that you had to turn off every time. $262, jeez. He's $1 million man after this. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy again. Maybe a little too bouncy. Get into this place and tell him, would it kill you to run a road grader down that road? Huh? Would it kill you? Damn. Excellent. That's all I do. Level up. We'll do fuel economy. They've got just a tractor going to Nebraska. Nebraska. THC and booze. Oh, there you go. That's a good combination. He's going to prison. Really? Just to work on him? No, fucked up. You know what? I might say screw it. What do we got? Because I don't know how close I am to town. Riverton. We got Fayetteville, Arkansas. Haul corn. I could do that. I haven't hauled a grain trailer for a minute. I kind of like the aircraft engines. Well, it is harvest season. Let's take the corn. The Chargers are 12. Next year I hope to get a Ram. I don't know if it'll be a brand new one or if it'll be like a 22 or 23. This year they said they were going away from the Hemi, but last time I was in the dealership, there's a sign in the window saying it's back. So I'm like, what, sales were that bad? Gotta bring the Hemi back now? Once again, I do not have a motion rig. I might get seasick going down this road with it. I've seen one or two of them, I think. The new Chargers. Although I think the one I saw wasn't an EV. It sounded like it had a Hemi in it. I wanted to make sure I got the light. Nope, nope, not here. After the light. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I mean, it looked different. Seen a couple of those VW buses. Of course, one of them driven by a legit hippie. I would actually not turn down the opportunity to get a Rivian R1T. I do like that truck. And I've seen plenty of it when I was out there pouring at Rivian. The wheel is getting yanked all over the place. I don't want external. Fuck that. Yeah, we'll go with that one, but what other... I'll go with this one, I think. The Load King Prestige. Because these two look the same. Yeah. They're the same, I think. Just they're under different title. So maybe one's a mod, I don't know. No, for me, what I would do is I've got 220 outlets in my garage. So what I would end up doing is just getting the charger when I buy the car or the truck, putting it out there, and then at some point getting some solar panels and put them on top of the garage as well. And that would end up being my daily driver. Maybe. I don't know. Because if I buy the Ram's not going to be the daily. But the downside with getting the R1T is long distance trips. Not exactly ideal. Having a range of 400, 500 miles doesn't even get me to my destination. I'd have to stop for an hour and charge somewhere. Oh, they'll find a way to get us out of our combustion engine. They'll find a way to do it. It's not a question of what and when. It's not a question of what or if. It's just a question of when. And they'll do... There's been talk a couple of times about a road use tax. So every time you go to fuel up, you're going to have to enter in your mileage on the odometers, but they know people will try to cheat the system. So they want to try to force everyone to have black boxes that communicate with the pump to read off the odometer. But then they run into issues there because they can't force people to put black boxes in their vehicles. I mean, they're not alcoholics trying to drive or whatever. They don't have to use a breathalyzer. They can get away with that, but for everyday regular civilians, they can't do that. So they got to try to figure out, because that's the route they want to go. The more you drive, the more you're going to pay in tax. That's the route they want to go. What the fuck are we waiting on? All lights, there we go. All lights were red, and we're just sitting here. This fucking Subaru took off. And they've tested it years and years, for years and years now. But I'm willing to bet that's what it's going to be. The other option is when you go to register your car, you'll have to pay a tax there. Get your plate stickers or something, you know. Napanee, Indiana. No idea where that's at. Sounds Indian. Your car and bike are both illegal? Why, did you not get stickers, or... You don't have emissions over there, do you? No, I mean, they'll do something federal-wise. That's on the state level. So they'll probably tack on a federal tax on that as well. Because they've got your VIN number and everything, so they'll be able to every year tax you. Kind of in a way like I think the Brits do. Because their plates are classified off of the type of vehicle, and they pay taxes on that. So I could see them going the same route here in the States. Every year when you go to renew your plate sticker, paying an extra fee to the government for whatever your vehicle is. If you drive a Dodge Ram dually diesel, Cummins, you know, whatever, you know, you're gonna get X amount. If you drive a Hemi, you're gonna get this amount. If you drive a Prius, you're gonna get a lower amount. Oh, Commie, Florida. Okay. I'm thinking here in Illinois. Gas tax, road tax, taxing on vehicle weights. Yeah, Indiana, I think I heard, is very expensive. We don't have a road tax per se. Although I think now Illinois is one of the highest, if not the highest, in the country when it comes to taxing the gas. Yeah, so it sounds like they already have something set up, kind of like how Europe does, or at least Britain does. Because Dempsey was explaining it. And like half of the plate that they have, because they don't have vanity plates or anything. They can't. Half of the plate is basically information saying what tax code it is and this, and you know, your county, or you know, all these different things. So when someone looks at a plate, they can tell what grouping they're in and stuff like that. So it's completely different than it is here in the States. $550 ain't bad for a big truck. I mean, to renew my plates, it's like $152 a year. And that's a flat fee. $60 to $80. $2,500. Yeah, Iowa's got the bottom, the county that they're from. A few states have that. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, Illinois has done it for years, and there's been talk of getting rid of it, but law enforcement keeps on chiming in saying, no, we want this. This is, you know... They always go back to law enforcement and parade someone out there from ISP to say that they need to have the front plate on the front of the car. It helps with, you know, monitoring plates for stolen vehicles and this and that, whatever. And if Illinois were to take away the front plate, it would impede ISP from doing their job and finding cars that, you know, are inspected or, you know, whatever. You know, they were thinking about every single reason under the sun as to why it should stay. I think I went too far out here. Cross traffic might not go. Yep, they're not. They're gonna sit there like idiots. Oh, no, they're gonna go. All right. Yeah, it's a bullshit thing. Yeah, holes are already there. I mean, some cars don't have that. Others, I've heard in the past where people were being charged an extra whatever for a front plate mounting bracket. And it wasn't like $30, it was like 100 or 150. Otherwise, you were mounting it straight to the bumper. You gotta pay for town stickers and plate stickers on a car. With your truck, you gotta do a DOT. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't do city stickers. When I lived up north in Braidwood, they wanted city stickers. It was like 15 or 20 bucks or whatever a year. I never did it. I never parked my car in the street or whatever, so it's not like, you know, unless they went into my garage or came onto my property to see if I had a city sticker or not. You know, what the fuck do I care? Well, some dealerships will be petty, though. It does. You live in a town that doesn't. Okay, you said does, but not everyone does it though. Not every city does it. I mean, I was there for 5 years, and I never got one. I got the stuff and I got the notices in the mail. You know, oh, by the way, you know, the deadline for your city stickers coming up. Throw it away. I think it was like 15 or 25 bucks. Not a whole lot. And yeah, that does help out the town. But I ain't paying it. Yeah, Seattle ain't that much different than Chicago. Probably less gunfights, but same kind of bullshit. Oak Park can't be that much different than Bellwood, though. Is it? I didn't travel around Bellwood that much, so... I mean, more industry there. Holy fuck. Stay far away. Bellwood did? Yeah, it is Crook County after all. The whole county could break away from Illinois and become their own district, and I will be very happy with that. There you go. Can't go wrong with that. Yeah, my buddy works downtown at a dealership and usually takes home, I think north of 100,000 a year, working in an Audi dealership. Yeah, Oak Park isn't that bad in that area, yeah. I mean, you go out to Oakbrook, you're right down the road from Oakbrook Terrace, that's soccer mom territory. Upper class, they're not going to go for people from Oak Park or Bellwood or something like that, but still. I thought... He makes it sound that it ain't that bad. I had I used to service the BMW dealership right across the street from him. And those guys were stacking. It's an old dealer. It was an old shop. But they were stacking the cars too deep. You had barely any room, so you needed at least one spotter, if not two, to make sure you could back out without hitting a car on the other side. And, so you're backing up forward, back and forth just to get out. But yeah, when you walk in from the street, from the service, from, you know, where I would come in, you had cars lined up on the left. You had maybe 8 feet down the center, 9 feet. And then over on the right, you had both bolted into the ground hoists as well as the old hydraulic in-ground hoists. And they were trying to back the cars out and then turn them at a certain time so they could go over to hydraulic on the ground ones, and they had to put wood down so it wouldn't rip out the bottom of the car. And I'm like, holy fuck. What a bloody nightmare. You're working on top of each other, and then you're too deep. Takes you 20 fucking minutes just to get the car out of the damn bay. US 20. I wonder if we're going to see Lake Street. I already know we're going to see US 24 when it comes to Illinois, because they've already posted photos of the truck stops over in Gilman. So that's 57 and 24 that go through Gilman, which is like 15, 20 minutes from me. I had to tag them sometime this week and be like, hey, you're making Illinois and you're down here in Champaign, don't forget the pink truck. Don't forget Pinky. You gotta put Pinky in somewhere. Yeah, they try to put in as much as they can, yeah. Nebraska. Now, I do have mods on here as well. It changes the road, the vegetation, stuff like that, but... And the other thing is they've got teams working on refreshing states. California got a major... It's basically a whole new state. New Mexico, Arizona... Or Nevada are getting reworks. I was in Pinky last week, yeah. I remember being along the highway somewhere and someone did hit the horn on me. I didn't look up. I don't know if it was last week or week before. But yeah, if you saw Pinky out there, that was me. Yeah, one of the new flyovers. Yeah, we're probably pouring the shoulders on the north side of the ramp. No, last week we were also doing barrier wall. No, we did barrier wall last week. So we had the machine behind us and just creeping up. I was up there twice. So I would imagine you saw the new trucks too, the red and white ones. One guy says they look like circus trucks. Catron. Yeah, we still got some old prairie trucks still, yeah. Yeah, we'll have some for a while. Yeah, this company does not like renting trucks. Or if they do, they only rent them from one place, and they always go to the Urbano yard. I don't get it. Gotcha. They had to take the detour because you can't go south 57 to east 74 yet. Oh yeah, no, you can't. They're supposed to be paving that this week, though. I had someone honk their horn at me when I was out in Monticello. I mean, it's not like I cut him off or anything. He just came up along the left-hand side and hit the horn a couple times and was waving. I'm like, hi. 90 to 39 to 55. All right. That's yeah. Casket, hi. Well, the thing is if it is someone that knows me, they haven't left a message anywhere yet. They haven't come into a stream to say, hey, I saw you, I was waving, or leave a note on YouTube or nothing. They haven't said anything. Ugh. Well, you hit the train horn. I'm probably going to know that was you. I mean, hitting the engine brake, that's nothing new. We were pouring underneath 74, and someone did that. As long as they don't get into a wreck or something, you know? That ain't gonna go over very well. I was trying to get that guy's attention because he's my favorite streamer. I watch him on Twitch. Yeah, I think it's time to get a new engine in this one. Try to find a better engine brake. I wish there was a way you could just, you know, before you put the engine in the truck and pay for it, there was a sound sample that you could click on so you could actually hear it. That'd be kind of nice. Because it gets expensive in-game buying engine after engine after engine. Alright, yeah, the idle sounds good. It sounds good when you're on the loud pedal. Let's see how it sounds when you do the engine brake. Oh my god! In the game, it's always been, I kind of preferred, early on, it was the Cummins N14. The engine sound pack I think Creechbone put out was just one of the best. But now there are so many out there, and sounds have changed as well. There's been some Cummins that I liked. I think that's what's under the hood right now. You know, they're all over the fucking place. So I always find myself having to search for one that I prefer, you know? Well, and there's some I've turned down because I thought they were just too obnoxious. You know, there's been some engines that the loudness of it is just like they cranked it up to 12 on a dial that can go to 10. You know, that obnoxious, that absurd. And I'm sure some super truckers in the game here are probably jizzed to themselves. But, yeah, no. Not for me. Wow, that's a very uncharacteristic AI move. Hammer it and then cut me off like that? Route 83. I know that road. No, 53, that's what I'm thinking. No, 83 is up north, isn't it? Yeah, that's here in Illinois too. Kingery, yeah. That's what it is. I get off there to go north up to Westmont for Micro Center. I forgot I was still on the overhead cam. The vertical for YouTube has this as well as my webcam and also the overhead. I'm leaning towards a monitor when I get the second rig going. It's an Amazon brand that they've been pushing like crazy. Inokin, I think it is. Inosun or whatever, something like that. And they're cheap. You can get a 49-inch ultra-wide 1440, 140 refresh. Yeah, CB, yeah. I think it was 140 or 120 refresh for like under $700. Yeah, and then they've got a 240 refresh for under $1,000. And I'm like, okay, what kind of crap is this? And I looked them up, and they're Samsung panels, second gen panels. So I'm like, okay, I can get a Samsung 49-inch ultra wide for $650. Okay. They won't ship to your house, really? Are you like out in the boonies or something? Your area is so ghetto, even Amazon won't go there? I mean, some of us here, we know ghetto. We've seen ghetto. Amazon goes there. I think, don't they? No, I need Big Easy and Kojak to tell me. Oh, that far off? Okay. No, I was joking, you know, even Amazon delivers to the ghetto. Yeah, because they stopped using UPS. I bet. I bet. Lock it and then do an inspection. See who's lurking. Ah, fuck me. First one of the night. That was Ford Heights. 80,596. Vehicle is not in perfect technical state. The personal vehicle stuff is people picking up extra work. I had a package that was not going to be delivered. You know, say, for example, it was supposed to be delivered today, and then I got the email saying it was not going to be delivered today. Well, what happened was suddenly some dude shows up at my house at like 5:30 and delivers the package. And so what it is yeah, they got their normal carriers and whatnot, delivery people, but then there's like an extra board where if someone wants to pick up extra work, they can look and see, okay, yeah, no, I don't do it, no. And if no one does it, and then it gets delivered the next day, otherwise they can select whatever they want, make up their own route, it sounds like, and deliver it. So usually when someone shows up in their personal vehicle, that's what it is. They're working for Amazon, kind of like a contractor in a way, an independent party, and they're just doing it to pick up a couple extra bucks. Spend a few hours delivering packages. You're just in the wilderness, you're a mountain man. No, but I'm really thinking about that monitor. I'm really considering it. And then I would either need another 34-inch, or I was going to get a 57-inch for this rig for the racing, and then use these 32s as my spare monitors for streaming purposes. Going the 34-inch route, yep, just kind of really blew through all that. Would be cheaper than spending $1,500 on a refurbished 57-inch. That's for sure. I thought about secondhand stuff too, but so many people have them and really don't know what the hell they are. So, because I mean, there's a lot of Sonys or Samsungs that I can find ultra wides on the marketplace But you got to really be careful too, with especially with the Amazon listings and marketplace, because they'll say they're 1440, but they're 1080. Yeah, I did buy a 34-inch on the marketplace, and that is over on the desk. A Scepter or whatever it is. Bought it used for like $100 or whatever. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. What do we got around? We've got a repair shop right there. That works for me. I'll go to the repair shop. Yeah, so I'll go to the repair shop. I'll stop there. And then I'm going to run upstairs, go to the bathroom. Probably refill the Yeti with ice. Then we'll come down and test out some different engines. Well, and I think Samsung's the only one that has anything that's wider than 49. I don't think there's anyone else that has the super ultra wide. Waiting on the green light. Green for no one.
How long is this going to take?
All fucking night. This is not it. Where the hell is it? Oh, alright. Out back across the street. Oh, coming in hot. All right. Will that kick me back out? Yeah, it will. All right. All right. I will be right back, boys. All the joints are popping. All right. Think I might have to try this game out. Love driving just about anything. Not bad. It really isn't. All right, so let's service. I don't know what this is about. What the... Oh, replace. Okay. Repair. Everything's repaired. But it still says 5%. So I'll just let it go. Total restoration. Alright, so we got a 605 in there right now. Take a look at the engines here. It's a Cummins X15. That one's part of the mod, the Cummins X15 straight pipe sound. Got a pack car. Is that? No, I've got others. Oh, I don't. Well then. Has it really been a month already, CB? Recently got into PC gaming. iRacing was one I've wanted to try for a couple of years. But being the DIY guy I am, I couldn't buy a pre-built. Had to go for the full experience. Oh yeah. I do not have any more engine mods. Huh. That's all I got. Alright then. No, there's gotta be... title screen. Gotta be something else around here. Yeah, I see a lot of 990s. There's one that I see that comes in and out of the Anderson's Green area. All in a green trailer, so I mean, the truck is really where the 567 kind of grew on me. This thing has from day one, I've really liked it. So this must not work with the 990. Or it might not work at all. Then there's the cat straight pipe. Oh, I can update this. Yeah, there's another Cummins. Then Caterpillar sounds. Yeah, so they're just not updated for the 990. That's what it is. Ah, I see. So only modern engines. I don't know which ones those would be. Let's try this one. See how this one sounds. No, yeah, now that I think about it easy, yeah, I think when we were coming back from Missouri, or maybe I saw it out this way somewhere, I saw one that almost looked exactly like this. I think it might have been when I was in Champaign, going up and down 57. Alright, do we have more engines? Yes, we do. Let's thin this. Oh, alright, now there's only one. Okay. So we got a shitload of them here. 450s, 500s. Still this one. So there's two 605 performances here. And there's no pack car. That's a 600. The highest one is 510. So I wonder if that has changed it though. Since it looks like it's a different mod. It does sound different. Oh, can't even hear it on the outside. Oh, invisible wall. Wow. The hell? Can't go that far. It does not like starting in second. Holy shit. Yeah, this is a no-go. Care Bear, how have you been? Alright, gotta yank this mod out. That was no good. I think it changed the transmission too. No go. Working hard. I've been just doing the same thing. Working hard. Monday ATS, and the rest of the week is back to iRacing. Don't look at me, I take photo in front of big dinosaur. Oop. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, it's easier to start in second now too. Alright. I don't think you've seen me down in the studio here, have you? I don't know. Got the studio set up. Gonna be doing some more work on it this week. Finish off all that crap over there. Get some walls painted. Well, one wall. And then, that's it. What are we sitting here for? He's got a... They're about to get the green. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Shifter... I like it because I can change the tightness on it. I don't like a shifter that is like a Logitech or whatever, where you can just take a finger and just do whatever. So it's got the tightness as if it's a real shifter. Shifter. What the fuck? But I don't get the gear grind, and I need to look into why that is. I feel it in the wheel, but I don't feel it in the shifter. So I gotta see what that's about. Maybe there's something I have to change in a config file or something. Yeah, you know, I'm on vacation this week, so I'm not going anywhere, not doing anything. Might as well make use of the time and, you know, finish off this room and clean it up and get it sorted and organized, because that's the biggest problem I have right now is just the organization. Everything's all over the damn place. So I got pegboard to hang everything up in the closet and sort out the cables and
CBRC 177 gifted 1 subscriptions.
damn! DB! I'm dropping to get the sub to K-Dub! A fitting recipient of it. Thank you very much for that, man. No, it's a force feedback shifter for Moza, but I'm not feeling any grinding of the gear when I'm shifting. If I'm missing the gear or something, it's not coming through the shifter. It's actually going through the wheel. So, yeah, there might be something in the config file that I can hopefully tweak and change that. Celebrating vacation time? Yeah, because I had one. Well, you're probably here for it. I was on vacation week before the expo, actually, a week before Labor Day. Can I park over here? Is it going to let me? Or is it going to let me sleep? I'll put it that way. No? Fine, fuck you. Fuck you, punk. So. There we go. Alright, what time we got? 12:46. I don't like that. Should have stayed awake. Freight market. We are here in Norfolk. We've got clamshell bucket going to Longview, Texas for 60 grand. That is a big payout right now. We can go back to Bozeman. Actually, sub to Demps, you and Slugger. Matt, get the Amazon. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm still a tier 1 to Slugger, although I don't remember if I did it or if that was a gifted. Sub to Matt, although he was getting the Amazon money. Tier 2 to Demps, and tier 3 to Quirk. I think I subbed to Luca as well. I'm going to have to trim down, I think. I don't know. I got to look at it all. I don't remember who I'm subbed to. Cattle equipment. No, if I'm going to Texas, I'm taking that first one. What tickles the fancy here? Dude, this setup here is too big for this excavator. That is completely not needed. And that's going to Topeka. So when I would get there, I would end up changing the trailer. You don't need all that. Maybe I'll do the clamshells to Texas. Spend too much. Yeah, I get that. I hear that. I haven't been to Texas in a minute. I'd really love to see Dempsey go full time. I really would. That would be nice to see. Go to Texas? Omaha! Compact tractor to Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, the clamshells are interesting. The buckets. That's interesting. The big SUVs. Yeah, I really enjoyed Dempsey, yeah. He's easier to talk to than Malone. I mean, mainly because Malone's paying attention to two chats, and they're both pretty lively and active. So I get it. You know, it's difficult to try to track of everything. I mean, hell, I usually only have 10 people watching me, and I still miss comments. So I get it. Care Bear's an OG, a YouTube OG. She's been around for a long time. Oh, look at timing. Oh, really? Well, I'm glad I'm doing that for you. Glad I can do that for you. No, I'm hopeful that the channel can become more lively and active before the next expo as well. If I'm going to sign up as a special guest, you know, I want to be worth that special guest title, you know? So, more eyeballs, more people in chat, more people talking, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the subs will come. I'm not worried about that. I mean, fuck. I mean, let's see. I'm trying to remember how far back. We're probably talking 5 years ago. Oh, come on. I'm on the clutch and it still won't go into gear. See, that's another issue that I have with ACS here. When you push the clutch in, it should eventually drop into gear, not wait until the RPMs come down to the acceptable level. If you push the clutch in all the way to hit the clutch brake or whatever, you push it in, you should be able to get it into gear. What I do. Because then I can let off the clutch, and obviously if I'm, you know, not right in the RPM range, I know. Their shifting is not quite right. It doesn't really, in my opinion, match what, at least how I drive in the real world in my truck. And that's always been a turn-off with this game. Because I can shift gears, like, second, two tops. In this game, it takes more than 2 seconds. Yep, I said KB is a very deserving person for that sub. KB bounces around so many streams. I mean, I don't know how many he usually has up at a time, but within the SGA, the Sim Game Alliance, he's usually lurking in almost all of them at some point or another. And he's a mod in a lot of them as well, so definitely a person that is deserving of a sub. That's why he's got the VIP tag too. I'm trying to think back, and Kojak might be able to help me here too. Because before all the crap hit the fan with work or whatever, taking breaks or shit like that, doing farm sim 40 to 70 people a night, it used to do decent numbers, and I'd like to get back to that eventually. I don't know, maybe I'm too toxic. I don't know. Closed, yay! Did I miss a turn or something? Why is he having me go this way and loop around? I had to have missed a turn. I'm gonna miss this load. I haven't looked lately. Is Farm Sim not as popular as it used to be? I mean, I know Dave hasn't been playing it for a minute. Not too many of the SGA guys are playing it. And Darius is back on it. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta reach the right crowd, yeah. Well, I mean, what I've found with games that I've played is with Farm Sim, for example, if you're not doing everything and using the right equipment, meaning John Deere, they don't want to watch you. So they don't want you harvesting or planting or cultivating. They want you mowing grass and collecting straw, collecting hay, you know, managing animals, doing all the extra stuff. That's what they want to see you do. For a while there, it was, if you're not cutting grass, we're not going to watch you. And I think that's right around the time I got out of it. And then with iRacing, I've noticed if you're not winning races, then a lot of people won't watch you They come in, they see where you're running, and it's like, meh, all right, gone. Or as soon as I'm done with the race, they disappear and go somewhere else. So I see things and I notice things. And it's unfortunate that it happens that way, but, you know, obviously I wasn't entertaining enough to keep them around. But you can't make everyone happy, right? Well, yeah, that's a big problem with, like, ATS and Farm Sim have that issue where people want you to play the game the way they think it needs to be played or the way they want you to play because that's how they play. And, you know, there's a lot of games out there that are like that. You know, it doesn't matter if you're playing Tarkov, PUBG, you know, or Stardew Valley or whatever it is. You know, there's people that are gonna, no, you can't play them all. You know, there are people who are gonna be like, well, you should play it this way or you should do it this way and blah blah blah. And it's just like, you know, sorry, not sorry. You didn't buy this game for me. Even if you did, I still wouldn't. Oh, careful. Careful, Kojak. You don't want to say that. Oh, shit. Like right now, the way I'm driving, that turns people off. Realism. Alright, is it still here? Yes. Alright. Which one do we want? Probably the Prestige. Well, I like the Phantom. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Phantom. Alright. Going to Texas. Been in YouTube chats for people that have checked my gaming channel. It says you need to play more this team or what? Yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah, that's nothing new to you. You've seen it here on this channel before. No dilly-dally, moving with purpose. No, I can promise you, though, there will be no gimmicks. If I ever get sponsored, there will be no gimmicks. Like a pro. Why is CBS out there filming me? Mine's just a Mack Granite concrete truck, 2004. Nothing special, but it's pink. An automatic. An automatic. Yep. I'll have one eventually. If not later this year, then next year. I mean, I've already got over 20 years of driving, mostly all around the city of Chicago and on the highway in the suburbs, and you know, that's a lot of wear and tear on my left knee. And then, you know, here I am doing this now, and you know, when I'm doing curb or slip form wall and everything like I was last week, it's holding the clutch, riding the clutch, and then you release it just enough to move up 2 or 3 feet, and then you stop again. And you do that for almost 20 minutes. Your foot goes numb, you know, it sucks. Yeah, mine's just a 9-speed. 8 regular with a granny. So I'll push a button any day where I can just let off the brake and the truck rolls forward. I mean, because there's been people like, oh well, I drive in traffic, and no. Then drive in traffic all day and tell me, you know, for 5 years plus, and tell me how your leg feels. Yeah, it does to me. I mean, I'll take a Peterbilt or a Mac mixer. I'd be fine with that. Right now, the ones we're getting are Macs, but rumor is that the ones that are coming next year are going to be Kenworth and Peterbilts. So. Yeah, I saw the light flashing back there, prepared to stop when flashing, and what do? I hit the throttle. Hammer down. Smart. Real smart. I haven't even seen how both YouTube streams are doing, because they're behind the screen over here on this monitor. The only other thing I wish I could do with this Moza shifter is tighten it up. So, because it's got this nice big square gap here, which is almost the size of a coaster that you put on your table for your drink. that means you're going all the way across from one side to the other. It's not very tight, you know, the spacing isn't very tight. So when I'm all the way over in 7th or 8th, especially in 7th, I think it's way too far out. It also could just be the position of, yeah, I think it's too far forward, actually, now that I think about it. If I get that truck seat and it's got the armrest right here, then I'll be able to set it up right. I know when in my current truck, when I go to put it in low, that's all the way to the left and down. I gotta watch it because I can hit the splitter on the armrest. So I gotta watch that. So I can position this thing in the right spot. There are way too many aircraft in this little area of the airport. GPU is pulling down 540 watts. And it's 72 degrees. No. Yeah. And it's 90% utilization. ATS Bank. Yeah, I talked to someone back in the day about getting a stick pickup or whatever it was, and he's like, I drive a stick all day for work. I don't want to do it on the way home. What the hell's happening? Is the sound cutting out for you guys too, or no? That's weird. Alright, so it isn't my setup or my headphones or anything. Casters on an old air seat, super dangerous. You wouldn't be the types that would put an airbag underneath a spare tire and then... The hell? Now it's normal. Why are you slowing down? Big jet out there. Look at that. I can see it way out there near the top of the screen. Like a military jet or something. Oh, there's a truck there. Too busy looking at the jet. Yeah, he damn near ripped the door and the whole hood off. Unfortunately, in this game, there is no real damage like there is in iRacing or something like that. The trucks don't even get dirty. Yeah, it would be. But, I mean, the theory has always been it's one of those things that they didn't do that just so they could get the major truck brands. Because ATS was a new experiment in America. Truck brands were never really approached to get licenses for their trucks or their tractors. For the equipment. So they were very skeptical about it. And as the game came out and got popular, you saw others, okay, we'll do it, we'll jump in, this and that, whatever. So now you've got every truck brand, major truck brand in America in here. Volvo, Mack, Freightliner, Western Star, Peterbilt, Kenworth. They're all represented. No classics, though. A lot of people would love to see classic. You can't get a T800. You can't get a 379 or things like that. So, but yeah, they didn't get it. It's kind of in a way. I hear the dogs going nuts upstairs. They must be playing, running back and forth, getting rowdy. And what that usually entails is Milo sitting on the couch or on the bed and Indy running back and forth like a madman, like a mad dog, barking. And Milo just sitting there barking. I think that's what I hear is Indy running all over the place. International. Yeah, they reluctantly put International in. I heard International paid a boatload of money for it. Came begging, can you please put us in your game? Speaking of the devil, look what's next to me. That's right. Get back there. But no, it's kind of like the Expo. I mean, the Expo tried getting more brands, exhibitors, and George was told, you know, this is still new, let's see how it goes, maybe next year. And so, I mean, this year was a success. I don't think he hit the numbers attendance-wise that he wanted, but other than that, you know, all the feedback was very positive. So same thing happened here. What was it? We just had Kenworth and Peterbilt to start, and that was it. And then came Freightliner and Mack and Western Star and International and so on and so forth. It's worth it. It really is. Even if you just come out for a day, you know, you get to see sim race, you know, people actually live racing. You know, they've got the sim rigs set up and it's on the big screen. All the exhibitors that are there, some of the stuff you can actually buy. You can try out if, you know, if say you're in the market for new pedals or something, chances are you'll be able to try them there. I could have tried Moses force feedback pedals, but I never sat down on the rig. I did try Turtle Beach stuff. It didn't feel that bad. Brake pedals feel like Logitech, so, you know, garbage. You know, it's definitely a place to be if you're in the market for something. No doubt about it. One guy took a whole rig home. Did you see that? Short or whatever. I don't know. I think Dempsey played it. Where the guy drove home with the P1X on top of his SUV. And how he got it off the top of his SUV. I wanted to take his front end off. I wanted to hit him. Yeah, it was just shy of 2,000 people, which is below what he was hoping. I think he was hoping for 2,500. Yeah, or higher. But now that it's happened, and people have talked about how great it was, how fun it was, hopefully that entices more people to come out next year. See ya, losers. No, yeah, it's still, you know, Saturday was pretty crowded. What the hell are you doing, dude? Yeah, it's still a good turnout. And so he's already in talks with the convention center. So it's looking like it is going to be September. He was hoping for the first weekend, so it's basically the same as it was this year. First weekend after Labor Day. But I don't think he's going to be able to get it because he needs like 2 or 3 days to do setup, to get everything set up for it. So it's looking like it might be, he's hinting at the third weekend of September, which I think is the 18th through the 20th. So, no, I had a green light. I was good to go. It shows up over here, my pre-pass. You might be able to see it right in the blue box right there. usually a light will show up, red or green, and if it's red, you gotta stop. If it's green, you're good to go. Real world, it's based off a safety record. So if you have a fleet that doesn't have a whole lot of accidents or moving violations or, you know, tickets of any kind, things like that, you're more likely to get a green light and be able to bypass the scale than if you were driving for another company that, yeah, they've had some overweights, they've had some DOT checks that found like brakes that were bad or tires, things like that. Maybe they had a couple speeding tickets. You know, all that is points against your safety rating and determines whether or not how likely you are to be pulled into a scale when you cross it. Oh yeah, it'll be Schaumburg again, just outside Chicago. Same convention center. The Andretti karting school or experience or whatever is supposed to be open as well, so people are going to be able to go to do go-karting, and it's not going to be like, you know, your putt-putt, you know, style kart either. It's going to be sign your waiver because you could like die kind of karting, I think. Here's your helmet. They would do Vegas? No. That'll never happen either. Joe or George is a Chicago guy. He's on the Chicago PD as a medic or something. So, yeah, he's a Chicago guy. It's staying in Chicago. The problem is that there's a second expo happening, and it's on Memorial Day weekend during the Coke 600. It's the same people that do the one out in Germany, the same people that wanted to do one down in Austin this year and decided to cancel it. South by Southwest. Now they want to do one in Charlotte during the Coke 600 Memorial Day weekend. So, I mean, there's going to be people that are like, oh, I'm going to go to that one, and because that one's just a sim racing expo. It is racing only. So, a little bit of competition maybe, but I was in Quirk's chat and someone there who represents Sim Magic was in there, and we were talking about it, and he says, well, there's only so much money in the budget, and he says, right now I think we're going to focus on the Sim Racing Expo. And we were like, well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Because obviously it would be great to get more exhibitors there. I mean, the place can be expanded. It can be made bigger. So it's room to grow, and so hopefully it gets filled. But I'm sure there are insider stories as well that, you know, maybe they're talking between each other, because GSI sold a crap load of wheels right there on the spot. You know, and a lot of them run discounts too. I think GSI was 15% off. So some other booths had like 10% off, shit like that. So yeah. At one point on Saturday, I heard they sold 17 wheels. They were practically sold out of any stock they had with them. All they had left was what was on display. That was it. I never heard what the total number was overall. I just remember being told, and this was like Saturday morning or midday Saturday, somewhere in that early part of the day, that basically anyone that was buying a wheel was going to have to wait until it gets shipped from the factory. They had sold out of everything. I mean, 15% off a $1,400 rim or a $1,400 wheel. That's nothing to shake a stick at, you know. It's nothing. It's. And on top of that, you're not paying for shipping. It's right there with you. You walk right out with it. I mean, that's a pretty good deal. Stop for tickets? You want to slow down more, dude? Holy shit. I mean, there were GTR was there, and they were selling whole turnkey setups. I don't know how many they sold, but there were a couple others that were there, and they had their own motion rigs, and those sold. One guy, there was one that Arc Dynamics, I think was the name of it. And they're prototypes. And that was the one you had to sign a waiver to use. And one dude bought 2 of them, and they're like $6,000 to $10,000 each. They were actually one of the cheapest motion sims there, I think. No, I think there was one more that was cheaper, but this one seemed to have a full range. But he bought 2 of them, and then the story I heard later was that he bought one, and his brother, not to be outdone, wired him the money and told him to buy me one too. So he bought his brother one. I saw some of those, the Amazon special ones. I actually thought about maybe going cheap and getting one that was only like $450 just for the trucking side of things. It's not like I need anything that's super sturdy, you know? The customization of profile aluminum, great. Do I need one that I can stand on? No. I'm not going to be cranking a lot of torque through it, you know? Well, in the monitor stand part, that's what I was leaning towards SimLab. Because I looked on it, wow. Oh my god! Fuck them. Take them out. Didn't want to hit the tanker, so fuck the car. It's a Subaru. He's safe. Oh yeah, I forgot. Speaking of subs earlier, Pierre, Bread and Water Turd, I'm subscribed to. So I looked at Track Racer, and Track Racer was like $850 or whatever, 900 for the chassis, and I think it was like the 160 or something. But then they wanted another $550, almost $600 for the triple monitor stand. And even if I went with the integrated one, it was the same price. And I'm like, then, you know, I'm spending almost $2,000 on this setup. So I looked at the SimLab, and I can get the integrated with triple monitor and the upper part as well as the chassis for like $1,200 or $1,300. So I'm like, why would I spend, and I can go to Micro Center and get it. So why would I spend an extra $300-400 on a Track Racer setup when I can get something that's just as good, if not better, from SimLab, from Micro Center, and save myself all that money. Are you feeling okay? Well, it's Monday. Monday is ATS day. I'm sticking to it. I'm gonna stick to it, damn it. Yeah, that's the nice thing about profile aluminum is the adjustability, and you can add stuff, move it around, do whatever the hell you want. And it doesn't have to be more profile either. Like my button box right here. This one right here is got the pieces that you might mount in a car if you were putting something in your car on your dash. You guys can kind of see it a little bit. You know, I couldn't find a VESA mount one with the ball ends and then the clamp piece in the center, all in one piece. So I had to buy them all separate. But you know, drop the clips in there and screw it down, and Bob's your uncle. Why is this Mustang going so damn slow? It's 70 through here for cars. Or at least that's what I thought I saw the sign say. Go! I can barely see him. I just left the brights on. I thought about doing that, and there were some I saw, and my son has one. We bought him one for Christmas, but he has yet to take it out of the box. And I'm like, well, that doesn't fucking help me. There's a car there somewhere. There he is. I thought I took him out. I was waiting for my truck to come to a dead stop. Out of my way, jackass. Yeah, that was definitely a hairy situation. Couldn't move, couldn't do anything. And all he had to do was tap his brakes and he would have been dead. I'm designing a mount for the tablet that I will mount Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, but that stuff you gotta put in all your own dimensions and stuff like that, right? Your measurements and whatnot. I don't remember what his was. Yeah, he would have been underneath the truck and out the back. Speed bump. Realty Ender 6. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. I mean, the program and all. I mean, it was a rabbit hole I thought about going down, and I never did. Glow in the dark, clear, jeez. Yeah, someone 3D printed the, so everyone that made it to the finals all got 3D printed custom, well, they're all the same, but, their names, they were clipped onto the sim rigs. So for me, it would have been A Nestland with the American flag at the front, so it would have been flag A Nestland, and if I'd made it that far. So everyone got one, which was pretty cool. Nice little keepsake from, you know, making it to the finals, you know? Your own shifter? Now you're talking the shift knob? Interesting. You know what you could probably do? Well, it would probably take a Raspberry Pi for it as well. That button box you bought off of me, take it out of the plastic housing, probably ditch the joystick unless you want to use it, and then 3D print your own button box for it using those buttons and little digital name tags up there too, so you can enter in what each thing does. And so if you're playing Farm Sim, you switch the profile over to Farm Sim, and it tells you Combine or whatever, you know, the implement or whatever. All right, now I'm going to go play ATS. Change the profile to ATS, and all those things change. That's what I was wanting to do with that button box, but finally I just said, fuck it. I'll just sell it. I've got this XL right here. Sim Hub, yep. Yep. I almost bought Simma's dial dash. He's got a DDU that has the round dials and then the center one like you have in your car or something like that. I almost bought that. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I bought the 7-inch one and I mounted it, which didn't really work very well with the Asetek setup, so I had to figure out another way to do it with the profile. But then I couldn't see shit in front, so... But now that we have the new layout for the UI, yeah, I'd have to create a whole new dash for it with the shift points and all that. I don't know if I wanted to go through all that work. Yeah, what I've done with SimHub is with this dash now, what I have on there is race lab stuff. So I've got the track map on there, I've got my delta bar, I've got the flag, and I've got the relative on there. It's one less thing on my screen. Bam. Bam. Are we going to see Chicago that looks like this? Pretty damn nice. We're going to go through the circle. Bye, cop. I wish I was getting tickets for that. Coda. I was focused on just making it through, making sure I wasn't going to come up to a corner where it's like, oh, 45 miles an hour. Oh, shit. That car's in my way. I gotta go this way. Sorry, bud. Oh, sent him flying into the wall. Look like an Audi. He's sideways right now. Yeah, it is. Backcountry's good. Old school. Yep, another one bites the dust. I'm in a hurry, damn it. Hot load. No, it's not, but still. Yeah, I've got a lot of Avenged Sevenfold. I haven't heard so much of their new stuff though. I know they've got a couple of albums. Yeah, they're one of mine as well. Bought onto them after playing a NASCAR game, Chapter 4. It's like, oh, alright, I like this. There's a red light. They heard about my exploits ramming cars off the road. No, I've never really been to a concert. Only band I've really seen live was years ago at Ozfest. Korn was playing, and we left the beer stand that we were working, walked up the hill, and watched them play, and they started playing Metallica, and they were really fucking good playing that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Drew, how you doing? What's up? Yeah, I've been to the county fair. They've had some with the wife, some country singers. I think one was like Montgomery Gentry or whatever, and then there was one in Joliet we went to go watch, and you know, I've done that for her. I'm not a country guy, so. But no, I mean, for me, going to concerts just never really appealed to me, you know. Extremely overtired. Gonna crash out soon. Been driving for 20 hours. Why? Where are you going? A little slut puppy? Jeez. That's a little bonkers. ain't got a choice. I'm getting off here. Yeah, I gotta make that deadline. But doesn't that put you over on hours? I mean, yeah, it does, but... Well, you're all local. I imagine you don't need a logbook. Well, shit, go to bed. Lock them all up. What is it with the gravel roads tonight with me? Jeez. Wasn't sure if I was gonna get it or not. There we go. Trailer drop. Excellent. $60 grand. Love to see it. Let's take a look at some. Yeah, I don't think I have any mods that allow me to stretch the chassis. Yeah. Yeah, that's the long chassis. It won't let me do it. That's the big sleeper. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Yeah, I don't know if I want that extra tire. I don't need that. That extra axle. Alright, so now I get the Caterpillar engines. The 625 King of the Hill. And then we want the 13 speed. I don't know what options I have for this thing. I don't have any paints active. Yeah, I don't have any custom parts. Thought I did. You mentioned Slipknot a little while ago. I'll have to find something else. I got Haterbuilt's truck, but I forget what Volvos I have. Yeah, none of the other ones, just these basic ones. Max. The Pinnacle. Anthem. Not a super fan of the Western Star. Still got this old one in here. Cummins N14. And then I got an M11 as well, 507. N14's 525. Nothing big powered. They got a Detroit 60. Yeah, 525 is the max for the N14. That's kind of... So Detroit 60, biggest one they got is 900 horsepower straight piped. That probably sounds like ass. 600 horsepower, 14 liter straight piped. Wonder what the 12 plus 1 is. Yeah, I don't have anything that's custom paint. Or that I can custom paint. But all the accessories. I ought to build it and buy it just for shits and giggles. Yeah, that's way too high. Probably these. Benjamin, how you doing? What really sucks is when you get into custom bumpers. All those markers. And having to do every single one by one. That's what sucks. And it would be so nice if there was a way to highlight everything, to select it all. And just be like, all of these I want with this. And be done with it. Or copy paste or something like that. Yeah, there is no turn signal for that one. I was hoping for a turn signal one, but don't have it. I kind of want to buy it just to hear what it sounds like. See if that Detroit's worth it. $1 million horn. What the fuck? Nah. Turbo Wing. Okay. Why the hell not? Accessories 1 1/18 Bud Zinc. Can't zoom in anymore, nope. Or you got the flange nuts with the indicators. But we're not going to go that route. We're going to go that way. We got to put a hub cover on there. Trigger people by putting super singles on. I think that's it. Painted, chrome, aluminum. No long chassis or anything with this one. $167,000. Maybe another time. Well, I think that's going to do it for me. You guys are all bailing anyway, so. Off tomorrow, I think. Pretty sure I will be off tomorrow. Gonna get some stuff done around here. And back on Wednesday with more iRacing. I forget what the tracks are, but I think I was going to be doing IMSA and GT3. are going to be the goals. So appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Much obliged, much appreciated. And I'll catch you all back here on Wednesday. Thanks for watching. Good night.